Hi, welcome on the stream. Today I will continue making those spats. On this one, I have all of the button holes ready, so I just have to attach the buttons in here and then take care of these straps. And of course iron this a bit, because this is not very smooth, not very suitable for wearing. But that's gonna be the next task, and first, as always, I'm gonna do some writing practice. So put this in here, and this is day number 9, or the page number 9. Metronome, I'd forget again. Okay, and the same as in the past few days. I think the shape is actually improving quite a lot. Both the shape and the slant, and the consistency of both. Hello, Eastside. So I think pretty soon I can actually move to the next exercise. Pretty soon, meaning in a couple of days, not in a couple of minutes. Because today I'm still gonna just continue this. How does this help you so? It doesn't. Why would it? Like, maybe it could help develop better precision with my hands a bit, but I don't think it actually makes that much of a difference in sewing. I think it would make, it would make more of a difference with very quick movements. And when I'm sewing, I'm not really doing very quick movements. Guess I'm missing the point then. Well, the point is in the title. I'm learning how to write properly. And there is no like secret meaning or like some like different goal. It's like actually learning how to write. What is this exercise doing? I'm developing good shape, good slant, precision, repeatability, just good movement in general. Like the goal is to make those ovals as tight as possible, as many ovals in one line as possible, and you are of course supposed to move just from left to right. You can't move backwards, so you can't just make like a million ovals in one place. You have to constantly move in one direction, and because of that, they have to be just packed as tightly as possible. So you have to be very precise with your movements. You have to, like, let's say, I don't know, probably less than a millimeter, like they should be spaced like half next line. When you're drawing next line, it should be about half a millimeter maybe from the previous one. Something like, where's the actual sketch? Something like this. It's supposed to look like this. So yeah, basically the point is to develop muscle memory. Develop consistency and precision with your arm movements. Because that's what I'm using. Like all of those movements are coming from the upper arm and here. I'm not using my forearm. Is this forearm? I'm not using my wrist. I'm not using my fingers. All of that should be maybe not stiff. Stiffness, I guess, is not really desirable. Everything should be completely relaxed. All of those muscles, elbow down, shouldn't do pretty much anything. That's the proper way of writing. And then when I'm done with this, or when I will feel pretty confident with the shape and my general performance of drawing, I guess, drawing those ovals. And then next exercise is using some actual letters. And I think I will move on to that pretty soon. See, when you say proper, it sounds very class-driven. Not a fan of such thinking. Anyone can write. How fancy do you do it? Only shows who had more time at it. No. Proper. The fact that it sounds to you that proper sounds to you very class-driven is, I think, based from the assumption, like assumption from the start that it has something to do with class. It's not about class. In the way I'm using that word, it's not about class, it's about technique. I kind of the same as I would say that the proper way to use a computer is through using the terminal instead of graphical user interface. It's not that it's more classy or something. It's objectively the correct technique. And there are reasons why this is the correct technique, because this way of writing, this method of writing involves less muscles, it causes less fatigue on the muscles, and this was the way that people were learning how to write like about 100 years ago, when people were actually writing more, and the writing machines were not that popular, so people were writing everything by hand. Like some office workers were writing some documents by hand all day, every day, and so on. And it was required that people would learn how to write properly, so that they wouldn't have any kind of problems, because as I was mentioning multiple times, when I was at the university, when I was like writing some longer exams and stuff, I could look around the class, around the room, and I would see many other students just periodically putting down their pens and like stretching their palms, stretching their hands, because the entire hand felt so cramped and things like that. And this is because the improper technique, like objectively incorrect technique. You shouldn't write with your fingers. Your writing shouldn't involve your fingers and your wrist, because it's not ergonomic. Like this proper technique of writing is the ergonomic way of writing, and it's not about how much time someone put into it, but how someone was taught how to write. Like they say in here, like stuff like that was supposed to be taught in school. Even in the first pictures, this is when they are talking. The author in here is talking about like who this book is directed to. It's directed to teaching people like this. So, and like early, well, not that early in this picture, but fairly early elementary school. Like you were supposed to be taught how to write like this in elementary school, and and they are saying that learning like this would take typically one school year of about 15 to 30 minutes of writing practice daily. So this is not about how much time you would dedicate to that. It's a problem of the fact that this writing is just not taught properly these days in schools. Oh, 100 years ago was the last time class was thing to be concerned about. This has nothing to do with class. It's not about class, it's about muscle fatigue. And it's not something that that was taught only to like some high class, to students from some like higher social class or something. It was something that was taught in like normal public schools. Everyone was about 100 years ago. Well, depending on the country, but in the USA at least, because this I believe is from USA. Yeah, this is polymer company in New York. At least in USA, to my knowledge, this was the standard part of the curriculum. Like everyone at school was taught how to write like that. This was normal way of writing, and this was the correct way of writing. Same as with making suits, the proper way of making a suit is to like attach the canvas into the front of the jacket with thread and needle, as opposed to doing fused jacket. So just using glue and gluing the I don't know if this could be considered canvas, like this kind of glued on canvas. This is just improper way of doing this, because it produces inferior results. Like when you walk in heavier rain, it will just unglue and detach, and basically the entire jacket would be ruined. So I am using word proper fairly often, and it doesn't have anything to do with class. It's just that sound like there are correct methods of doing something, because it produces better results. and I can already feel that it produces better results, because like every day I'm doing this. I'm writing for about an hour. Like this practice takes about an hour, and I wouldn't be able to write for an hour, the entire hour without any break, with no consequences, with no fatigue. And after doing this, I'm not tired at all. I don't feel anything in my hands, like anything cramped with my hands, with my wrist, or any other part of my arm. Even here, the class was the driving force behind words like correctness and proper. It has little to do with anything else. Improper was someone who could not afford going to school, so it was class-based. Like 100 years ago in USA, there was no standard, like how do you call this? It wasn't a thing that like that children went commonly to school. Because I'm in Poland, like, well, 100 years ago, this was about like roughly wartime, so like not exactly 100 years ago, but about 100 years ago. In Poland, I'm pretty sure, I'm completely sure even, that like children just went to school. It wasn't about being able to afford school. It was like, I'm pretty sure it has some name, like standard public school something. You know, this thing that like every child has to go to school up until they are like however many years old. It was, but class was still a thing. Back kids 100 years ago didn't get that training. Here, I mean. Rise and class based for most of our history. I don't care what Wiki says. Like how standard school curriculum works in USA. Like, is it, or was it specifically about this time, just nationwide? Because I'm confident that it was a part of the curriculum. Maybe it wasn't like accepted everywhere, but I know that, okay, there are ads going on. Okay, the ads are gone. And yeah, I was asking how does, and like specifically how did the curriculum work, the like school curriculum in USA about 100 years ago? Like, was it nationwide? Because I'm quite confident that that this method, and to be clear, this is not some special training. It's not some like additional training to of like higher class children. It's just learning how to write. This was the way children learned how to write. And what was what was I saying earlier? How does? Oh, right. I'm quite confident that the Palmer method of writing, of teaching writing, was part of standard U.S. curriculum, and I don't know. Maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't nationwide. Maybe it would like depended on a region. That some maybe it was like state specific. That some states were adapting this and some didn't. But I know from like from records and just from people sharing their stories about like their grandmas teaching them how to write and things like that. I know that it wasn't something that was dedicated to that was dedicated to some rich families and private schools or something like that. And I know that in here in Poland, my grandma was like, okay, I don't think like my grandma was like super poor, like relatively to when she was young, relatively to in respects to her neighbors, but like overall she was living in the countryside, so like she didn't have any electricity when she was a child and stuff like that. So it was relatively poor childhood, and she was going to school in the countryside, and she was learning how to write, not with this specific method, but also with a much more correct way than schools nowadays teach children how to write. And I feel like maybe kind of since writing machines became okay, I'm like, this is just assumption. I'm not basing this on any kind of statistical data or anything, but I guess that maybe since the writing machines became more and more popular, there was less pressure on learning how to write, learning how to write, teaching how to write in schools, how to write properly, because I guess it was kind of becoming a bit less important. So when my parents were going to school, so that was about roughly in the 70s, the education, the writing education was already on much lower level, was much worse than when my grandma was learning how to write. And when I was learning how to write, it was completely horrible. Like, it was basically just showing children how letters look like, and then asking them to draw them, because that's not really writing, that's just drawing letters. Asking children to draw each letter like 20 times, and that's it. It's not learning how to write, it's not teaching how to write, it's teaching how letters look like. It's not teaching the correct technique of writing, the technique that prevents muscle fatigue. It's the same with keyboard. Like the proper, I guess I can take the normal keyboard. The proper way of writing is holding your hands like this, how is this finger called? Like pointing finger, first finger, like holding those fingers in F, on F and J, and then other fingers on letters next to them. So this is the home row. On left hand, A as the F, and on right hand, J, K, L, and colon. And you are supposed to move your fingers, like most of your fingers, those fingers just up and down. And of course, those first fingers should have to go left and right to also cover this column. But yeah, this is the proper way. Index finger. Yeah, I forgot index finger. This is the proper way to use keyboard. And if you're just writing like this, looking at the keyboard and hunting for keys, this is like objectively not proper, the incorrect way of typing. And it doesn't have anything, like, it's not some lower class or higher class typing. This is just more ergonomic, more efficient. And I'm quite surprised that methods of teaching how to write by hand degraded over time, because I assume because of the popularization of writing machines. But at the same time, I don't think, okay, maybe in some countries it is actually a thing, but I assume in most countries the learning or teaching how to type properly on a keyboard is not a thing. Schools don't teach children how to properly type on a keyboard, and I find it quite weird. Very weird, in fact, because nowadays pretty much every kind of any kind of office work, and even not only office work, is done on a keyboard. So I don't know why teaching how to properly type on a keyboard is not a part of any kind of curriculum in school. And yeah, the previous comments, national standards doesn't mean each school district gets the same funding though. Depends on what race you were. Yeah, I know that there were separate schools and segregation and everything, but this was I still don't know if this was if there was some like a nationwide curriculum, but it was definitely part of some curriculum. It's not about some special training or some I don't know, like some additional classes or anything like that. This was just standard way of teaching how to write, like teaching elementary school children how to write. It doesn't even require any kind of super qualified teachers or anything like that. It would be done just by standard elementary school teacher. And like nowadays, you still teach children in schools how to write. It's just done in a way that's producing worse results. I guess that it does kind of use more paper, so maybe that would be a kind of funding problem, but at the same time in here I am actually using more paper than necessary, because in here they are saying that you are supposed to like you are supposed to train or practice for a couple of minutes without actually touching the paper. You are supposed to just move your pen for a couple of minutes in the shape of those ovals and those lines above the paper. So it like wouldn't waste any resources. Where they are actually talking about that. Well, they are talking about somewhere. They are talking about it somewhere. So let's finish this line. So yeah, this is the same as if I was learning how to type properly on a keyboard. I'm not doing that. I don't have to do that because I already learned how to type properly. But yeah, if I would still be doing that on stream, if I didn't, okay, maybe I still didn't master typing properly, or just typing in general, because I guess I know how to type, but I'm not very good with my speed. But yeah, if I was learning how to type, it would also be learning how to type properly, in how to type in the correct way, because typing with all your fingers in resting position on home row, it is objectively correct way of typing. That was pretty nice. What's happening? Some other piece of paper. I'm not running. Okay, I kicked the tripod. Kids, man, they take all your time. Oh, are they worth it? It is a pain. I was sometimes thinking that if I'm gonna have children one day, I would like to teach them stuff, a lot of stuff, like how to write properly, how to use keyboard properly, like languages and things like that, woodworking, just general how to live. And I was thinking that it would take a lot of time. Like I would like if I was teaching a child all that, I would probably have to spend with them like 25 hours a day. Anyway, I didn't mean to berate you. Class stuff has been on my mind the last few months, is all. It is a very common tendency to interpret stuff based on things what you are thinking about. Like kind of the same thing with reading between lines. Many people it's quite typical that that autistic people say openly that they can't read between lines, between the lines, and there's also other type of people like not the how do you call them? Like how do you call non-autistic people? Like normal no, this is neurodivergent is autistic or with ADHD and all of that, and no, like non-autistic people. I'm completely convinced that autistic people can't read between, like say they can't read between lines, and non-autistic people claim that they can or think that they can read between lines. But in practice, at least in my experience, reading between lines and they're performed by them is just means making stuff up, because like typically when someone is trying to read between lines, it's just complete nonsense, and it's just like dictated, defined by their like preconceived notions. Yeah, neurotypical. So if they are assuming that like I don't know, like let's say someone is making some statement, and some other person assumes that this first person is like I don't know, sexist or something, and they will read between lines, which means they will interpret their statement in the most sexist way in the most sexist way possible, just because they assume, like they automatically assume that that's what they mean, and like maybe they do in fact mean something sexist, but maybe they don't, and maybe like this sexist meaning is just completely accidental. So yeah, I don't know if I always succeed at that, and also at starting soon. I don't know if I always succeed at that, but I at least try to always like force people to clarify everything, even if I'm quite sure what someone actually says. When I'm talking with someone in person, even when I'm quite sure what someone actually means, I'm like forcing them to clarify what they mean. I'm like pretending that I don't know what they mean because I want to be absolutely sure that I understand them correctly, and that I'm not making stuff up when I interpret their words. And yeah, it should be over. So yeah, I'm typically, when I'm talking to someone, I'm forcing, like when I'm not completely 100% sure about what they mean, even if I think I know what they mean, I'm still forcing them to say this explicitly, because I want to be absolutely sure that I do actually that I know actually 100% what they mean. And I did actually have a couple of times the situation that I thought that I know what they mean, and then I was like typically, as I typically do, I was forcing them to say this stuff explicitly, and I was wrong. I thought that I know what they mean, and they mean something else. So, like, yeah, reading between lines is just nonsense. I only trust I don't trust interpretations of like someone's some of the stuff someone says or someone like writes or something. I only absolutely trust stuff that is explicit. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. right now because the lines seem much thinner and not very yeah, this is not good. This is not continuous and I don't know why. Like, I guess there is a maybe it's because of some fibers in here, some like paper fibers in the nib. And also I'm slowly running out. I really have to research finally dip pens because all of that is so tedious. Fountain pens are more convenient in most of like everyday situations because you can close them and put them in your pocket. But when you're just sitting in one place, sitting in front of the desk, I'm quite sure that the dip pens are actually more convenient, are actually more practical. Oh, okay, and finishing the line. As a kind of, I guess, fun fact, I'm pretty sure the orange guy is actually writing this way. I was, some time ago, I was in my father's room and he was watching TV, and on the TV they were talking about some kind of USA policy or something, I don't know. And there was a B-roll of him, of the president, signing something, and he was definitely writing his signature that way because he didn't move his fingers or his wrist, like he was writing with his entire arm. And I guess that makes sense because he's old, I wonder if Biden also writes this way. I would expect him to, because he's also old. But either I never saw him write anything on camera, or I just didn't notice that, didn't pay attention to that. Because like, if you're not thinking about something, if you're not actually actively invested in something, at least to some degree, you are usually just ignoring everything. I think there was a video about that on some maybe Minute Earth, like the YouTube channel Minute Earth. I don't think it would suit their like typical topics, but maybe it was just kind of off-topic video about this phenomenon that like when you learn about something, you suddenly see this like mentioned or like performed or any other, like just see some connection to this stuff that you learned about all over the place. And you wonder how does that work? That like now suddenly everyone is doing that or something, but it's not that now this thing became popular. It's just that before you were ignoring this. And in this video, I think this was about some kind of ritual or some kind of tradition, some Middle East tradition with some goats, beheaded goats or something like that. I don't remember what was that about anymore. But yeah, the host was saying that they learned about this tradition, and suddenly they were seeing that all over the internet and in movies, and particularly in a movie that they saw multiple times before, and they never noticed that it was included in that movie. It's only after they learned about this tradition that their brain actually started registering all of the instances. I think I'm becoming kind of distracted, maybe, because my lines are getting less neat. But I think there is an improvement, at least in this slant of the oval. Before this oval was at a drastically, I think, kind of different slant, drastically more forward slant than the line in here. And now maybe they are still on a slightly different slant, but at least it's like mostly in line. So yeah, now this is done. Let's put this away in here. This is done. Change the title. Here. And yeah, I have to figure out what's wrong with changing the category, because suddenly changing the category with my typical keybind stopped working. And it's not that the API changed or something, because if I change it the other way, it should work. Now it should change to makers and crafting. Yeah, it changed. So I have no idea what's broken in here. I assume something is broken in here. Something somehow suddenly broke. And then turn on the recording. And I can continue with this. With making the spats. Probably until the end of the stream. I have 3 hours until the end of the stream. Now I think I will just put the pins in here. I hope this won't be too tight, because at this point I have I have 3 layers in here, so I'm not sure if I want to make this bigger. It would be possible because I left this inlay, but it would be bothersome. I'm not actually sure if it wouldn't be easier to just make them again from scratch. Okay, so now in here I have all of the positions of the buttons. Maybe I will use this pin cushion like this. Press this and then mark. Where are my shears? Actually, maybe I will just use this X-Acto knife. I'm just sharpening the chuck. And now I can attach all of those buttons. And 5 with a thread. This one. And this needle. One more. Okay, then it would be better to have something bigger, but if I don't, I can just put a couple of pins in here, and I have to put a couple of pins to create a space in here so that it would create a shank. Multiple pins. It would be better to have some kind of toothpick, maybe. Do I have toothpicks? I don't. Okay, so this has to be enough. Maybe it will be enough. It is supposed to create a space beneath the button, so that this fabric, all of those layers of fabric would actually fit, because otherwise it would just spread the buttonhole in here and create this very uneven surface, which is quite undesirable. Uneven surfaces are typically undesirable. Looks like the ads are in progress. Maybe the camera could go a bit higher and look down more. How is that looking? Okay, the needle in here. So 5 buttons to attach. Not super exciting. I guess I should talk about something else. I was watching a new TV show today in the morning, and like there are two things. Like, first of all, there are two types of first episodes of TV shows. Like, of course, there are like types in between, but two extreme types. One of them is that like you watch first episode and after that you think that like nothing happened. You still don't know what this show is about, and it felt like you just saw some random scenes and there was no progression, nothing interesting happened. And there is also this other type of first episodes in which everything happened. You watch this first episode and think like, what are they gonna do for the rest of the season? Everything was already covered. Everything everything happened already. I think that maybe the best, the best example that I can think of right now of that other one is Oshinoko. When I watched the first episode, when I was done with the first episode, I felt like I just binged the entire season, and I had to actually double check if this was in fact just the first episode. So, yeah, the new TV show, it was like a standard romantic comedy show, and I don't know if this is actually a thing, or maybe I'm just imagining it, or like maybe it's just a coincidence because maybe it's just a coincidence that I'm noticing something like that because of limited sample size. But I have a feeling that recently more and more characters in those romantic comedy shows are becoming more straightforward with their dating approach. Like, typically, show like that is something like first there are two characters and they are completely unrelated in any way, and they are starting to like each other. They are spending more time with each other, and then grand finale of the season, or maybe the last season if it has multiple seasons, that they are finally confessing their feelings to each other. And recently I saw multiple shows, and I feel like there are more shows like that characters are just like they realize they like someone, and then the next day they are like, hey, I like you. Do you want to go on a date? And the other character is like, yeah, sure, I also like you, and that's it. So the new show I was watching, it was something like something polar opposites. I don't remember, but it was very much this other kind. It was a typical like teenage love story, like school love story and all. A girl is in love with some boy from her class, and it was actually explicitly stated from the start that she's in love with him. And like sometime in like the middle of the episode, she was leaving the school at the same time as him, and as he was leaving, and she proposed that maybe they could. She find out that they are leaving in the same direction. They are going in the same direction, and she proposed that maybe they would walk home together. And then, like, it was roughly in the middle of the episode, and like, you know, the standard awkward talking and all of that. and then the guy just casually grabbed her hand, and they were going the rest of the way while holding hands, and then the guy was like thinking. I don't think he was talking. Yeah, he was just thinking that she gave and that he gave into the temptation, and maybe it was a bad decision. And he went to that girl and said that she should forget about what happened yesterday, and that he's sorry and all of that. And yeah, typically with moments like that, the viewer is always like, no, go after him and tell him about your feelings and all of that. And she actually did. That was unexpected, but still, I was expecting something like she would either panic and not say anything to him, or maybe say something like I don't want to forget what you did made me happy, or something like that. But no, she caught up to him and shouted that she loves him. And it was just the first episode. I'm kind of curious how this story is gonna continue from now on. It does definitely kind of feel like one of those first episodes in which just everything already happened. And what is the rest of the show gonna be about? And yesterday there was also another show about exorcising ghosts from abandoned social media accounts. It's quite an interesting concept. I guess that like smartphones and the internet and everything is becoming such an integral part of our lives that now we have ghost stories involving smartphones. And the demons are communicating through smartphones. I guess it is kind of the same as in the past, when there were like some horrors involving past modern technology, like VHS, for example. I guess it is kind of the same. I don't know if it feels the same, because it wasn't my childhood. When those were a thing, when I was a child, stuff like VHS, even though I was actually using VHS when I was a child, it wasn't something that ever felt new, ever felt as modern technology. So stuff like ghosts like contacting people through VHS, or like traveling through VHS tapes never felt weird or out of place. But I guess like every kind of technology was new at some point. So even a rotary phone, like rotary phones were new at some point. So I guess at that time it would be kind of the same as ghosts contacting through smartphones, ghosts contacting through rotary phones. It is kind of interesting. Like this is something, this just feeling, this, I don't know, interpretation maybe. This is something that you can never learn about, because you can learn about conditions that were common in the past, like living conditions and prices, and like maybe what opinions people typically had in like some area, some social circles and stuff like that. But you can never learn how people viewed something. Like for example, when people were seeing when people were experiencing stuff like phone network for the first time, you can never learn about that feeling, how it felt like. You can never just forget that technology exists and experience it as if it was something completely new. This shank feels much thicker. Maybe I wasn't like twisting this, wrapping it around tight enough, or maybe too many times. Yeah, that should be fine. And even if it's not, then it's the topmost button, so most of the time it will be just covered with trousers. It's quite amazing that I'm making all of my clothes myself for multiple years at this point, and I'm still so bad at sewing on buttons. And actually going through the holes from the bottom. Because of course from the top when I actually see the hole, it's not very difficult. But I quite often have the problem with doing this from the bottom. And maybe it's not like super uncommon, but also I'm pretty sure that not every tailor has, or maybe with professional tailors, probably most of them, I assume, don't have any problem with actually finding the hole from the underneath. Okay, that will be enough. I'm thinking about this writing method because I was saying the entire time that like 100 years ago and 100 years ago. Was it actually 100 years ago? It is, I know, a bit younger than Spencerian script, and yeah, it was at least this book, this manual, was as copyright 1935, so a bit less than 100 years ago. In this case, I don't know when this method was actually developed. So maybe, but by the time of copywriting this book, it was already like well established. It was already common. But yeah, let's say 90 years ago. And also, I'm thinking about this, and maybe one thing I failed to say, that I'm calling this now proper. Like 90 years ago, it wasn't proper way of writing; it was standard way of writing. And I'm now claiming that it's proper way of writing. Okay, 2 more buttons. And maybe I could also check if this, the height of this shank, the length of the shank is actually good. Yeah, seems quite good. I have a knot in here and it doesn't want to unknot itself. I don't want to pull too hard because then it will just break. It would just break the thread. Okay, another knot. This seems quite easier though. Yeah, and now it's gone. And that would be the end of this button. Now a couple of turns in here. What did I do in here? And as usual, a couple of turns. Oh, with just one thread, just one end of thread. And I pulled it out. The end is quite wispy, so let's cut this off. Try again. I wanted to sneeze, so I muted the microphone and then I didn't want anymore. Okay, so now I have all 5 buttons, and I guess I can actually try to put this on. I even have matching trousers out of the same fabric. Okay, it's not super loose, but it's also not super tight, so I think this should be good. The top button is maybe a bit hard to button and also unbutton. So now I could iron this a bit, but I think I will leave that for later, because I would then have to get the ironing board and like move everything in here. So for now, I think I will take care of buttonholes on the other spat. this is about 1 centimeter, or okay, I think 1 centimeter, like maybe half an inch. Like this would be in the center. Okay, half an inch. Half an inch is good. Okay, now this and this. Looks like in here the hole is not perfect. Yeah, I should have had more layers of that underneath. Because the problem in here is that when this is closed, it doesn't have perfect connection on on the entire bottom part. This is not designed for fabric like this. This is for leather, I believe. So with leather you don't really have this problem, but with fabric you can have pretty thin fibers, and they are not all sliced. Yeah. They don't all get sliced without a proper connection. Yeah, almost all of the hooks are bad. Okay. Now this should be fine. And then a chisel. Chisel and this piece of plywood. I think it was this one. Yeah. And then I want to secure all the edges. Those straps are quite annoying. They are moving all over the place, pushing stuff off the table. Okay, and now I can start sewing, finishing the buttonholes. I'm just a hot mess today, I can't get anything done. I seem to have that the entire winter. Like during the winter, I just don't feel like doing anything. Every day I'm wondering if I want to start a stream. Or actually no, every day I'm quite sure that I don't want to start a stream. Every day I'm wondering if I have to start a stream. Because I would prefer to just do nothing, lay in bed. It's so cold and hostile. I have to take care of the fire and the furnace in the garage and everything. I would really like to just hibernate the entire winter like bears. But still, schedule says that I have to come, so I have to come. If I didn't come, then it would create a precedent, and then I would just start not coming more and more often. It's always like that. Like I have some sort of habit or something, just some kind of thing that I have to do, and if I won't do this thing one day, then it's pretty much the entire habit is lost. There is no coming back. I have a couple of things that I didn't do on Christmas Eve, and to this day I'm still not doing them. Like practicing Latin, for example. I didn't practice Latin since before the Christmas Eve. I'm marking all the other habits, all of the other tasks as done, and then with Latin, I always kind of feel like it doesn't really matter because I didn't do it yesterday and the day before that, so it doesn't really matter if I also don't do it today. But yeah, I had more tasks like that, more habits like that, and I am slowly restarting all of them. I didn't do a lot of stuff around Christmas Eve, day before Christmas Eve. It was a very busy week. I talked about the furnace, I mentioned the furnace, and now because of that I noticed that it's starting to get cold in here, or at least colder. I'm streaming for 3 hours already, so the fire is probably long gone. Looks like I have a loose thread in here. Where was that? Okay, now pull this. What was that? A raid? Thank you, Tim the blacksmith, for the raid of with party of 15. The blacksmith. So I assume you're doing some blacksmithing. I would like to try out some blacksmithing in the future. Like, it would be nice to try out some blacksmithing right now, but I don't have any equipment for that. First I have to actually buy some stuff. But yeah, I think I would like to acquire and maybe partially make the equipment for at least basic blacksmithing by next winter. And I would like to try some blacksmithing next winter, mostly because it's quite cold in here. I don't have very good heating in here, and the forge, to my knowledge, is producing quite a bit of heat. Hell yeah, get it. So yeah, forge is producing quite a bit of heat, so I guess it would serve like a double purpose as additional heating source. Because around Christmas time, I actually skipped a couple of streams specifically because heating in here was horrible and it was too cold to stream in here. Quite cold here, New York. I'm gonna close up the shop and get warm. Have a great stream. Thank you, and you have a good rest of your day. Great even rest of your day, and see you around. So yeah, for raiders, I am making Edwardian spats. Where do I have the book? Oh, here. So I'm basing this on the Cutter's Practical. Here, the Cutter's Practical Guide to Cutting and Making all kinds of trousers and other stuff. And there are also some accessories. And the spats are somewhere in here. So these are spats. If you don't know what spats are, this is basically something like some people called it a shoe cover. I think it is pretty good description. It's something that you put over on top of your shoe, over your shoe, roughly around your ankle. And spats should go under trousers because there is also such thing as gaiters. They are typically a bit bigger, a bit longer, and they go over trousers. So they are completely exposed, whereas spats are just partially exposed on the top of the shoe. And I already have one of them mostly done. I have all of the buttonholes and actual buttons attached, and I only have to take care of the leather straps in here. I have to finish the edges somehow. I do have this very innocent looking leather working tool. So this is for finishing the edges, and then I have to make the holes in here and attach the buckles so that this could get tight under the shoe, like something like this. Okay, this is not very visible. Like here, under the shoe. And now I'm making the buttonholes, and of course I'm making all of that by hand, because I typically do like everything by hand. And now I'm a bit confused. What's happening in here? It got a bit tangled. Okay, that's fine. Now I can go out in here and then make couple stitches across. Okay, this one is ready, and now the question is, do I have enough thread to make the next one? I will try. If this doesn't work, then I will just take another piece of thread halfway through. Okay, now going in. Some loose lining fiber in here. I'm sorry for being quiet, but I guess that's just how it is in here. Like it's not all the time like that, because sometimes someone comes and starts a conversation on some completely unrelated topic. I don't know, let's cyber security or something. But typically when as just I'm just doing some kind of craft and nobody brings up anything, then I'm just silent because there's nothing really to talk about. Tasks I'm doing are pretty repetitive. Like right now, I have 5 buttonholes to make, and this is basically just going up and down with a needle. And sadly, with sewing, sometimes I also do woodworking. Fairly often, some kind of at least crude woodworking. But yeah, with woodworking, it is a bit better, but with sewing, I think there isn't even any kind of ASMR value. And I realized that I'm pretty much just saying in what ways my stream is horrible, which I probably shouldn't do. Sometimes I have to tighten one of the threads because they are not tightening evenly. I'm thinking that like my screen is typically fairly bare. There is not a lot going on in terms of overlays, so maybe I could add some kind of picture, like what the end goal should look like, somewhere on the side, maybe in here under the task list. Not just for this project, but for like everything in general. Not for everything, it won't be possible for everything because for some stuff, with some stuff, I'm just basically making things from the top of my head. I'm just improvising. But at least with sewing, I am typically following some patterns or some fashion plates, historical fashion plates. maybe one more. And then exit in here and couple stitches across. Okay, 2 are done and 3 more to go. Let's take some more thread. And try to put on it some wax that is completely disintegrating. I'm using wax to make the thread stiffer, so it wouldn't tangle as bad. It still tangles a bit, so I still have to be careful about that. But it's a bit easier when it's covered with wax. Okay, so another buttonhole, starting in here. And I can already see that there is a loose thread. Okay. So again, starting in here, in frame, preferably. I pulled a bit too hard. Almost pulled out the entire thread. And there are no loose loops in here, which is good. How's the time? 6:17. I hope that I will actually manage to finish all of the buttonholes today. That would leave just buttons, attaching the buttons and taking care of the leather straps for tomorrow. And one more stitch in here. couple stitches across. For some reason, those stitches across I'm always doing, or at least starting doing outside the frame. And this should be enough to cover also another buttonhole. And starting again. Okay, and now the straight part down. And that will leave me with just one buttonhole to go. And I think I should definitely manage to finish today. And now the last one in here. Okay, the needle is gone. It ran away. So again, okay, last one, starting in here. And now across. And looks like everything ends up being perfectly timed for the end of the stream. One more in here. Okay, and then I want to remove all of those, I don't know if I would call these basting stitches, securing stitches maybe. Where is the picking tool? The seam picker. And I guess this needs some trimming. Okay, so this is done, and tomorrow I will attach the buttons in here, actually a bit further away, and lower. So tomorrow I will attach the buttons in here as I did on this one, then do some pressing, give it a proper shape, and the proper shape, improve the smoothness a bit of those edges and seams, and then take care of these straps. I hope that it won't be too difficult, because I was already trying to smoothen those edges a bit, and it wasn't going super great. But I don't know, maybe it's just a problem with technique. Maybe I can just Google how to actually do it properly, and then it will be easier. I don't know. I will worry about this tomorrow, and then hopefully tomorrow this will be actually completely done, and that will be the end of this project. And it will be kind of a problem because I don't have anything for the next project ready. I don't have any materials, so I guess I have to finally start taking care of that, taking care of buying and looking for everything. But yeah, that's it for today. Thank you for watching, and see you tomorrow at roughly the same time. Bye.